Mr. Rush, could you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're coming across very clear.
We'll only be here for a minute, right? And then we'll go into closed.
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you.
Did she say yes? No? Oh, okay.
Repeat the question.
Did you ask a question? Because I didn't hear one. Hi, good evening.
Sure, I can repeat that. The question is, are you able to hear our proceedings at your end?
Yes, I am. You guys just came live.
And Mr. Rush?
Yep, I got you at the same time.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting, Dr. Ruffin?
I do.
Mr. Rush?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the agenda been posted at your location, Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, it has.
And Mr. Rush?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oops. Is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portions of this teleconferencing meeting from your location?
Yes,
Dr. Ruffin
yes.
and Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Okay, members of the board, are you able to hear Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush? Mr. Delgado's not with us yet, so Ms. Perrell? Yes. Ms. McGrady? Yes. And Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well. Item 2, closed session, public business from the floor, closed session agenda items. Are there any comments from the public, Rachel?
Are there any comments for closed session on the closed session agenda at this time? No, we don't have any comments for closed session at this time.
Okay, then the board will go to closed session and reconvene our regular meeting at 5 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Convene to our regular meeting. So we're on item 3A. I'd like to announce that the October 19th regular board meeting is being conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953B concerning teleconferencing of meetings. Board member Dr. Victoria Ruffin is participating in this meeting by teleconferencing from 4631 East Avenue S in Palmdale, California. And board member John Rush is participating in this meeting by teleconferencing from 100 North Stearman Way in Eagle, Idaho. These locations have been identified on the meeting agenda. The meeting is being recorded, and all actions will be taken by a roll call vote. Anyone wishing to observe the meeting may do so via Antelope Valley Union High School District's YouTube channel. And individuals may take photographs, record the meetings, provided the individual conduct does not constitute a disruption, including obstructing the view of others. Those wishing to address the item on the agenda and matters that are not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Antelope Valley Union High School District shall do so in person, complete a speaker form and give it to the designee before the public meeting portion starts. The speaker form must be given to Ms. Orozco before the board meeting, and the president announces the item. Once the item has been called, we will no longer accept new cards. Ms. Orozco will call the individual's name to come up to the podium to provide their comments. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. A total time of public input on each item shall be limited to 20 minutes. Non-agendized items are limited to a total time allotment of 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. The district encourages members of the public to attend board meetings and to address the board concerning any item on the agenda or within the board's jurisdiction. The board does not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, or programs, services, acts, or omissions. Similarly, the board does not prohibit public criticism of district employees. Speakers are cautioned, however, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Attendees are also reminded that the board's civility policy, Board Policy 1313, this civility policy requires members of the district staff and that they treat parents and other community members with respect and expect the same in return. The district is committed to maintaining disruption-free board meetings. The board will not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of the board meetings persistent disruption by individuals or groups terminate the privilege of addressing the board. Persistent disruption by individuals shall be grounds for the board president to terminate that individual's privileges to address the board. The district promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district board members, district employees, parents, and the public. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. I would like to now need to ask Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush to respond to the following questions. Are you able to hear our proceedings on your end? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting? Dr. Ruffin
Yes.
and Mr. Rush?
Yes, I do.
Has the agenda been posted at your location? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
It has.
Is your location such that any member of the public could participate in the public portion of this teleconferencing meeting from your location? Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Mr. Rush?
Yes.
Now the question goes to members of the board. Are you able to hear Dr. Ruffin and Mr. Rush? Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
Ms. Perrell? Yes. Ms. McGrady? Yes. And I can hear them as well. Item E.
Point of order, Ms. Nguyen.
Yes,
Just for the record, if for some reason it is stated that you all cannot hear me, I am requesting that you guys stop the meeting so that you can clear up whatever is going on your end, so that I'm not missing any part of the meeting. I have 3 different devices that are set up, so there has never been a problem on my end where I'm intentionally not trying to comment. So if you don't hear me, or you guys notice you ask for a vote and if there's a technology issue on your side, please stop the meeting so you guys can fix it, so that I can, because in the past I've had to call Ms. Williams on her cell phone and she's trying to participate in the meeting, and then I'm missing out on, my ability to be a part of the meeting. So just point of order.
okay, no problem. We can certainly do that. All right, item B is the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Perrell, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Put down your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Item 4 is the PINCO meeting.
Madam President,
Yes,
before we continue with the meeting, if you don't mind, I know we have a couple of candidates in the audience, if I could introduce them.
oh, of course.
I believe from Area 1, we have Mr. Charles Hughes. And then from Area 3, Juan Blanco.
He's a report.
Oh, I'm sorry, Area 4, my apologies, sir. Also from Area 4, Carla Corona. And then Ms. Raquel Derfler. Area 5, I believe we have Miguel Sanchez with us. Did I miss anyone? Okay. We thank you all for being here this evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nehan. So item 4, we'll just dive right into the PINCO meeting. Are there any public comments from the floor on PINCO items?
I do not have any comments for PINCO items.
You don't have any? Okay. So then we go down to purchase order schedule, item B. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and authorize the purchases outlined in the attached schedule. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second. I have a motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Questions, concerns? Hearing none. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And my vote is an aye as well, so the motion passes 5-0. Item 5, we're going to reconvene to our regular meeting and go on to item 6, recognition, reports, and public comments. Mr. Delgado, it's your turn.
Thank you. Today, Little Rock High School will be presenting their semesterly slideshow as to what is going on in their school. So if we can give them a round of applause as they come to the podium.
And cabinet. My name is Alejandrina Moran. I'm ASB president at Little Rock High School, and I am class of 2023.
Good evening. I'm Brianna Perez. I'm class of 2023 and vice president of Little Rock High School.
So recently, we had our community service committee in ASB had arranged our blood drive that happens usually once a quarter. And this time it took place on September 16th. And it went very well. And we coordinated with Cedar Sinai Hospital, as they are really kind to our students who are donating, and they treat them with care and respect. And they also reach out to LHS students to have them volunteer and help around those. We also have blood drives that have been happening outside of school. So ASB members and other people are allowed to come and help with that.
Our senior sunrise. So senior sunrise was a great success for the class of 2023. The class hosted an event for the junior class as well to work, so they helped us out in serving food. It was a great time for everyone. We had donuts, orange juice, and our president also had paint and canvases, so our senior class was able to paint while they saw the sunrise, and it was a peaceful morning for everyone.
Okay, so on September 31st, ASB held our homecoming rally, in which we supported our football team and hyped them up for their upcoming game that was later on that day. And then in this rally, we had games, dances, and even homecoming proposals, in which one of our students had actually sang to someone who was getting proposed to, so that was really nice. And then we introduced our varsity football players, and along with their seniors. And then our theme was Tim Burton this year, so the whole gym was decorated with posters and even an inflatable Tim Burton backdrop. And then our participants included ROTC band, color guard, and so much more.
Our homecoming dance was the next day of our homecoming rally. So our senior class held homecoming dance on October 1st. Voting took place at the dance. Carlita Spears won homecoming queen, and Mauricio Hernandez won homecoming king. We received lots of positive feedback from our students and staff. Some even felt that it was the best hoco we've had. And we had, with the decor pieces, we had decor, centerpieces, DJ, food, and photo booth, which were praised by all. We had really good feedback. Overall, the event was a great success, but most importantly, many people created beautiful memories, and our photo booth also helped in that because our photos came out really pretty. And profit made that night is going to be used for Disney Grad Night, Senior Sunset, and the class club banquet.
So these are some of the things we had for our homecoming game and student section in support of the football boys. So this was held on the night of September 31st after our rally. So these are really huge anticipated events that our whole entire school have been looking for, especially those students who always participate. And we've had so much feedback from them, and you can see it a lot in social media, in which everybody is participating these days. Sadly, our team didn't win, but the student section continued in supporting them throughout the entire game. And the music and cheering was praised by all who were there, including the opposing team's admin and staff, in which they asked for our playlist, which was really cool. And then our theme was construction zone, and with all of our cheers and spirit, the student section never stopped with that and our logos for our homecoming game.
We also had our volleyball senior night pink out game. So in honor of Breast Cancer Awareness Month, we do pink out games for volleyball and football. So it was decided to combine the girls volleyball and pink out game on October 11th. It was a great decision because we had so many people attend. The student section was large and spirited, and almost everyone wore pink. Our senior night are held for sports to personally recognize each senior player. And for our volleyball team, one person out of all the rest of them on our varsity was a senior. So it was a great crowd.
We had our club rush. So this is also one of the things that happens every quarter. And this is when clubs and teams are invited to sell and fundraise from specific food places, or they can even do little things like sell water and raise money for their teams and clubs. So again, the vendor is able to come and cater during lunch, and that club will receive the proportion of sales and proceeds. So This event brings attention and new recruits to clubs and teams, and also benefits them financially. There was a lot of participation, and it changes up our usual lunch schedule.
Haunted House is something that we will be looking forward to, but we are currently planning it in ASB. So it's held on October 27 to October 31. It usually lasts 3 days. So ASB members construct a haunted house out of supplies such as trash bags in our ASB classroom. We also like to make posters and put them up on the walls. We each participate as actors, set builders, sound system operators, and ticket takers. Some of us are also our guides for our people throughout the maze. It is a great effort for everyone, and everyone contributes as well for costumes and actors, makeup artists, and special effects, which will add to the thrill of them. We also add lighting, props, and the atmosphere to add to the suspense. So it's really a fun thing that everyone looks forward to. Last year, we got really good feedback from it, and we hope to make it better this year.
I'd like to add that even our admin likes coming in after and like just likes walking through it. And it's honestly a lot more funnier to scare them. But yeah.
So our upcoming events and activities that we're gonna be looking forward to is our Pink Out game, which is gonna be on the 28th. We have ag competitions, wrestling season, girls basketball season, girls and soccer season, wielding program, girls tennis season, fall rally, and which our theme is gonna be cars. So I thought that this year for that rally is gonna be a great combination for our boys and girls, because even our girls are looking forward to it. Our Red Ribbon Week is also coming soon, Sadie Hawkins, and so many more activities.
Not to mention boys soccer, which is also not included in there. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I just have one question.
Yes.
Senior sunrise, does that happen just once a year? Do you have it often or what?
So it happens for every senior class each year. Usually the senior class is the one that's supposed to make a date for it, but your junior class is the one that's supposed to help out for it. So your seniors are not supposed to really worry about it. So we have it in the beginning of year, senior sunrise, and then you have senior sunset at the end of the year. So it's pretty
Oh.
much just your seniors to participate, you know, see the sunrise as it starts, and then you see the sunset at the end of the year as it ends.
Oh, okay. I've heard of it, but I didn't know if you had it like once a quarter, once a semester or something, but this makes sense.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any more questions? No? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item B is Educational Services, 2022-23, Antelope Valley Union High School District LCAP update.
Ms. Nguyen, before we start, if I could just make a quick comment.
Yes.
Just wanted to follow up on an item that was mentioned in a previous board meeting. February 9th of 2022, last semester, the district received a UCP complaint alleging that our LCAP was out of compliance with state law. On March 15th, the district responded that the complaint was not founded and that we were in compliance. That decision was appealed to the California Department of Education on April 14th. On September 14th, on September 14th, we received word from CDE that all 5 allegations in the original complaint were denied and there were no corrective actions on our part. So I just want to say thank you to staff. This was from our school year 1920 LCAP, and just want to commend our staff on doing an excellent job in moving forward our LCAP year over year.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes, thank you. I know that everybody works hard to put this together, Mr. Grado, and I appreciate it as well. Do you have more?
I just wanted to introduce Dr. Laird, just to give an update on the requested clarifications from LACO regarding some fiscal turnover that we had with funding for this LCAP. Dr. Laird.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board and cabinet. So as you know, the district LCAP for this year was submitted to the board and approved on June 8th, 2022. As a part of the normal review process, LACO did request some clarifications being made in regards to the carryover funding that was being allocated, as well as any adjustments that need to be made to our goals and actions based on the adjustment to any allocations. So after those adjustments were made, I'm happy to report that we did receive word on September 13th that this year's LCAP was given final approval by LACO. So just wanted to kind of explain in a little bit more depth what we mean by LCAP approval. So per Ed Code, there's actually 4 criteria in order to receive final approval for our LCAP, and you can see those 4 there. I just want to highlight those bottom 2. Sufficient expenditures in the budget to implement the LCAP, and then calculation and implementation of the carryover. And again, since we did receive final approval on this year's LCAP, we were deemed to have met the criteria required for that approval. So just to real quick answer the question of what was adjusted between the LCAP that was submitted on June 8th and what was finally approved on September 13th. In simplest terms, it had to do with where and how we reported our carryover from last year to this year. And just to kind of remind you, and I think I pointed this out in the June presentation, we did have a new LCAP template this year, and then the process for reporting carryover was also a new process this year. And so in the midst of working with a new template and a new process for reporting the carryover, it just wasn't reported in a format or in a way that LACO wanted it. And so we had to make some adjustments in order to make sure that it was being reported in the right area and that we were meeting the minimum percentage. And I thought it would also be helpful to kind of give a real quick timeline, just kind of as a quick summary. So we submitted the rough draft of our LCAP to LACO for review, which again is part of the normal process. And then we presented our LCAP to the board on June 8th for board approval. And then in August, our district team met with representatives from LACO to kind of review and go over the feedback that we got from them regarding the clarifications. And then within a few days, we were able to make the adjustments that were requested. And then we resubmitted a final version of the LCAP to LACO. And then we received our notification of approval on September 13th. So just real quick in summary, I want to reiterate that the request for clarifications is part of the normal approval process. In fact, of the 79 LCAPs in Los Angeles County, every single LCAP was asked for clarifications, and nobody received final approval without going through that clarification process. And so this is kind of what we do every year. And so I just wanted to reassure you of that as well. And with that, any questions?
Well, I want to thank you, Dr. Laird, for all the work I know that you put into this and then updating it for us. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And this is Dr. Ruffin. I have a question. Ms. Nguyen?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, he's walking back to the podium.
No, it's not for him. It's actually for Mr. Nehan. Mr. Nehan mentioned that there were, could you repeat what those 5 allegations are? And are you saying that what was it, 5.8 or was it $6.9 million was unfounded?
Unfortunately, Dr. Ruffin, I do not have a copy of the CDE letter in front of me, but all 5 of the allegations from the original complaint were denied by CDE, and the district was to be found in compliance with state law.
Which investigation was it? I'm not following you. I heard that there were several investigations, so I'm trying to be very clear on.
This wasn't an investigation. This was a complaint, originally a UCP complaint to the district, and then it was appealed to CDE.
Who filed the complaint?
I believe that it was Neighborhood Legal Services and
Okay.
Disability Rights California.
Okay, so you're saying that each one of those 5 areas that you do not have in front of you were found to be unfounded?
That's correct.
Okay, and is that public information that the community can have, or could you send to the board members?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item C, which is adopt resolution 23-08, classified employee of the year, Janet Andrews. Janet, are you here? Where are you? There she is. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 2022-23-08 and recognize Janet Andrews as Classified Employee of the Year. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Burrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Do we have any discussion? Is there anybody that wanted to speak on this item? Rachel? No? Okay.
I don't have any comments at this time.
This is quite an honor, and we're so glad to have you here with us tonight. And we do intend to celebrate. There's cake. This is so exciting. No one knows why I have such a passion for cake, but we'll celebrate in just a minute after we have a motion and a second. We have the motion, we have the second, we have no discussion. We're going to go straight to the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Burrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. Thank you so much. You are our Classified Employee of the Year. Thank you. We're going to go to item D, which is our resolution 2022-23-09 Teacher of the Year. Karen Coffey. Karen, are you? It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt Resolution 2022-23-09 and recognize Karen Coffey as Teacher of the Year. May I have a motion?
Motion. A second.
Motion by Ms. Perrell, a second by Ms. McGrady. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, we're going to go straight to the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Winnan is an aye as well, and so we want to thank you. Oh, hey, we have plaques. How exciting. We want to thank you, Karen. It's a huge honor, and I know that you made it to LA County Teacher of the Year as well, and you represented the profession well. Thank you so much. And we have plaques. How exciting. I did not know that. So board members, you want to? Yeah, sure. We've never done a plaque in this boardroom. So where do you want us to go? First time. Yeah. Just come down to the podium. Yes, Andrew, Ms. Coffey. I just wanted to I don't do that kind of thing. But congratulations to both of you. You are outstanding and I don't know. To me, it doesn't matter. Sounds like an habit all the time, but I don't.
Are you going back up to me? That's okay. That's what I was talking about. I'm in Sacramento. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll be in Sacramento.
Okay. What a nice, thank you to our food services, Mr. Cook. Thank you very much. That was very nice. Appreciate it. I give everybody a second to sit down and get comfortable. Okay. Next on our agenda is item F, which is our quarterly Williams Complaint Report Summary for July 2022 to September 2022. Ms. Williams?
There are no complaints received during this time period.
Thank you. The next one is Board Officer Report, which is me. So the first report is on the Antelope Valley School Board Association meeting, which was held in person at Lancaster High School. It's our annual education summit. And I have to say, I thought it went really well. We had a lot of visitors from out of town attend the summit. Lancaster High School's junior ROTC cadet color guard presented the colors. We had introduction of our superintendent, Mr. Nehan, introduction of our principal, Mr. Zach Mercier. And Zach, I felt like you did a wonderful job introducing your school and actually introducing the entire district. You had so many positive things to say. And he introduced the Lancaster High School Choir. Is very nice to hear them and their excellent, beautiful voices. And again, just a thank you to Joe Cook and the culinary staff. Before the business part of the meeting, we always have like a meet and greet. And Mr. Cook always does a wonderful job in making sure that goes well. The program topic was CSBA District and County Office of Education Legal Services presentation. We had Alex Worthy, Senior Legal Service Attorney, Dana Scott, Associate General Counsel, Dennis Myers, Assistant Executive Director for CSBA. The presentation was quite lengthy, and I will include this copy with my report should anybody want to see it. Presentations were made on affordable legal advice, CSBA legal update, CSBA legislative update, CSBA sponsored bills, CSBA state budget update, notable legislation, and statewide ballot measures were all on the agenda. And then my next report is the Los Angeles County School Trustees meeting, which was held September 19th. It was a virtual general membership meeting. And the program topic was effective Proposition 39 Citizens Bond Oversight Committee and building the public's trust. Speaker was Anton Johart. I'm probably mispronouncing his name. He did a very good job of talking to trustees about what he felt was required when you do pass a general obligation bond and citizen oversight. My complete report is always available for anyone who'd like to see it. We had two LAXTA, Los Angeles County School Trustees meetings. The second one was on October 3rd. It was quite a lengthy meeting. It was an in-person or virtual meeting. I attended virtually. And we had, the program topic was solutions to the teacher shortage. It was, like I said, it was quite a lengthy meeting. And so my report, which is normally 1 page long, is now 3 pages. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it is available should anybody wish to see the discussions. We did have breakouts and people from different districts shared their ideas on what they thought helped keep teachers in their districts, as well as getting new teachers. And that is the end of my reports. We'll go to item H, which is Antelope Valley School Transportation report, and that's Mr. Hawkins.
Good evening. AVSTA still is being challenged to provide transportation due to bus driver shortages. There's a couple of bright spots. One, they have about 10 drivers in the process of finalizing their training with the CHP. It's a matter of getting them scheduled with the CHP, and there's one tester in for 5 counties here, I think, to get that. And then they are starting another class, and they are very hopeful because they have about 30 students in that class, and they generally hold about 50% will graduate. So it is
Okay.
encouraging that they are developing additional bus drivers.
Thank you. That's encouraging news. From AVTA, Mr. Mike Millings. Mike, I apologize if I put you on the spot earlier.
Yeah, no problem. Good evening, members of the board. On the agenda this evening for the board's consideration is the tentative agreement that was reached between AVTA and the district. The tentative agreement was voted on and approved by a record number of AVTA members, with the lowest number of disapproval votes in recent memory. I would like to publicly thank Mrs. Ramos and her team for making this bargaining season as seamless as it was. The ease at which this settlement was reached speaks to the positive working relationship AVTA and the district have cultivated over the past decade. The labor management relationship that we enjoy is truly unique, and AVTA leadership will continue to work to keep it a positive one. I am here this evening to ask the board to approve the tentative agreement. AVTA would also like to congratulate Karen Coffey on being named District and LA County Teacher of the Year. Our membership is full of talented, dedicated, and hardworking teachers. To be recognized as a standout from our spectacular group of over 800 teachers within the district and thousands of teachers countywide is truly a high honor. Karen and her family should be extremely proud. Thank you for your time. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Mr. Millings.
Mr. Millings, this is Dr. Ruffin. I had a question for you.
Yes, Dr. Ruffin.
Is Mr. Millings still at the podium?
Yes.
Yes, I am.
he is.
Thank you for that report. Can you, I had sent in some questions to Mr. Nehan, but I just wanted clarity on what does it mean when for AVTA when it says that you have an agreement for ongoing? So like 1% ongoing, for example.
So I'm going to go ahead and let Mrs. Ramos speak to that if you don't mind.
Okay, and then my second one would be, what does it mean for like 1% off schedule?
Again, I'm going to go ahead and defer to Mrs. Ramos on that one as well, if you don't mind.
Yes.
Good evening, Dr. Ruffin. The 1% in your example of a 1% ongoing, that would be a salary enhancement, an ongoing raise. So the salary would be augmented by that percentage, and that would continue for forward years out. The one-time off-schedule payment is just like a single payment for that percentage amount. So a single check that's issued to those employees in that amount.
For that year though, right?
Correct. The
So-
one
so
time for that year.
So it would be, for this example, if it was 1% ongoing and 1% off schedule, it would be a certain amount that would be allocated at 2% for that year, but that 1% would continue to go as years forward, right?
Correct. The salary schedule would be updated to reflect that 1%, and that would go year into the next year, where the 1% off schedule would not affect the salary schedule.
Okay, and then when it says status quo is just saying that if it was like whatever was situated or agreed upon for the previous year, it's still in effect, right?
Correct. There would be no salary adjustments for that negotiating year.
Okay, and then my last question would be, what determines, how are we looking at the budget from a district perspective with, if we give a 1%, what is that based off of? Is it like how much the district has accrued, that year? I mean, how do we make those determinations?
I'll go ahead and pass this one over to Mr. Brian Hawkins.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Ruffin. A 1% would be if you take the total salaries of the bargaining group, and then you take 1% of that. So if we were to add 1% to the AVTA bargaining group, and for argument's sake, if the bargaining group was totaled $100,000, we would take 1%, so we would add $1,000 to that $100,000. Do you follow
So,
that?
yeah, absolutely. But I'm trying to figure out, how do we know that we have the ability to do like a 1% ongoing as we continue to go forward? Is there some type of forward plan schedule with like ADA, average daily attendance for students? How does the district secure that they're able to honor the agreement with the teachers union or any of our bargaining units?
That's where myself and my business office team, we look at moving forward. We do a 3-year, a multi-year outlook, and we estimate what the revenues will be in the current year as well as the next 2 years to ensure that we are able to afford that. Then secondly, we produce what's called an AB 1200, and that's just for Assembly Bill 1200, which does the analysis that we can afford this raise over the next 3 years. We also send that to the LA County Office of Ed for their review as well. So we spend quite a bit of time doing the math, so to speak, to ensure that the district, that we maintain our fiscal ability to continue to operate.
Okay, makes a lot of sense. And then my last question is, with regard to, I know every year it seems like with the exception of 2020 that I've been on this board, we've given a raise. Is it traditional that we give a raise every single year? I mean, I've been in districts where raises have come up every 5 years, every 2 years, but it seems like there's always a lot of negotiating with the salaries and the increases in our district. Is it, I only asked for the past 4 years, but if you look back over previous years, is it such that every single year the teachers are getting a raise or different units are getting a raise?
I appreciate the question, Dr. Ruffin. This is Mr. Millings or Mike Millings again. I know during the pandemic year, we negotiated a settlement for a 0% salary increase. So that was 1 year we did not receive a raise at all. But from my understanding, over the course of the last 5 years, with the exclusion of today's tentative agreement that's on the consent, that's on the agenda, we've received about, don't quote me, but somewhere around 6% total on schedule over the last 5 years.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Millens. That's the information that I have at hand. For 2019, it was 1% ongoing. For 2020, it was status quo. For 2021, it was 3.5. So that's 4.5, right? And I'm just talking about one time. And then for 22, it's 7%. So 7 plus 4, what, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, it's 11% in 4 years. So it's over 10%. And I think that teachers should be some of the highest paid people within our district. So I just wanted to have more clarity of that. And for the off schedule, for 2019, it was 1% off schedule. For 2020, it was status quo. And this is just for ABTA. I'm not talking about the other entities. For 2021, it's 5% off schedule. And for 2022, it's 3% off schedule. So thank you for the clarity. I think it's information that's needed for the board and community to understand when we're talking about the increases in the collective bargaining agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem, Dr. Ruffin. I appreciate your questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Item J is from CSEA, Karen White. Karen, I do apologize to you as well if I put you on the spot. I probably should explain to people, when I was on the board previously, we always had classified employee and teacher employee, and actually the president of CSEA and the president of ABTA always did the presentation. So I didn't want you to feel like you were being left out of it. So
No
that's-
problem
that's why I
whatsoever.
kind of pushed a little bit.
That's okay.
I apologize if I put you on the spot. Thank you.
No, did not feel that way in any respect. And I thank you for, including me in your presentation and for comments. So good evening, Board President, Ms. Nguyen, board members, student board member, Mr. Delgado, and board cabinet, and Mr. Nian, Mr. Furno, Ms. Orozco. I want to piggyback on a lot of things that Mike has already said to you guys is concerning our negotiations and our tentative agreement. A lot did go in to that. I know that the teachers went into a lot further negotiation days than what classified did, but they had an open contract and we did not. We'll be on the hot seat this upcoming year whenever our contract goes into a full contract. So there'll be a little bit different, attitude for getting in everything done in a timely manner. So, but what Mike divulged to you, CSEA also felt the ability to work together, to express our concerns, understand where everybody was coming from. It was so much nicer to be able to get through this in the time frame we had. And we also want to express our appreciation to the district and especially to Mr. Furno for changing his appointment schedule so that we could meet again in the month of September and get this taken care of before we went into the month of October. Our Chapter 2 ratified this tentative agreement that you have before you tonight. Our people are very anxious to hear from the vote tonight. I've been asked several times before we ever got here, what was the vote? It hasn't happened yet. So they're very excited about what is presented to you. And I know that you have several bargaining agreements that are on your agenda tonight, not only the certificated, classified, but also your unrepresented groups. And all of them, I know, have all put in efforts for both sides of that table and bring it to you tonight for your consideration and your approval. So we do hope that you will take this into consideration because these proposals and benefits that go along with these agreements are not only good for the district, but they're also good for your employees as well. And that speaks volumes to those people who are outside needing employment, where they would want to come and work for our district. And that goes without saying. we have a very good district to work for. And that's what we want to keep going. I also want to congratulate Karen Coffey for both of her awards. That is fantastic. It just shows what kind of teachers we have in our district. Their heart is always out there. Their dedication is never ending. And we appreciate that and are very proud for her with both of those awards. And we also want to congratulate Janet Andrews. I worked with Janet when she first came to Little Rock High School in 1991. And we have always kept in touch. It's very nice to see that she was able to receive this very justified reward as far as being classified of the year for us. And we congratulate her. So I know that a good quantity of time has gone through with our proposals that we have for you tonight. And we hope that you will take everything into consideration and pass those. But also seeing that you have a pretty full agenda tonight to consider, then I'm going to leave any other comments for a later time. So I hope that you have a very good evening, a fantastic Halloween, and an enjoyable fall, if we do have a fall, because winter is quickly approaching. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also, Ms. Nguyen, I would like to.
Pardon me, Dr. Ruffin. Did you have a concern or a question?
Yeah, I do have a question. Actually, I just wanted to share some information for the public in regards to CSBA. So for 2019, it's 2% for off schedule that we've already approved. For 2020, the status quo. For 2021, it was 3.5 for ongoing, and then 5% off schedule. And then for 2022, it's 5% ongoing and 3% off schedule that the board overall for CSBA from 2019 to 2022, we've approved 8.5% for ongoing and then 10% for.
Can you hear? Dr. Ruffin, can you hear me? Dr. Ruffin, unfortunately, we're not able to hear you clearly. Can you maybe move the microphone face closer to your mouth?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I was just basically sharing that since 2019 to current, for ongoing, it was 8.5% for CSCA, and for off schedule, it was a 10% increase in salaries, just to give some context to the overall amount that has been increased in the past 4 years. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to item K, which is public comments from the floor for agendized items. Ms. Roscoe, are there any comments?
Yes, we have one speaker for an agendized item.
Okay. I need to read this little, well, it's a large paragraph, actually. The public is invited to address the board on any agenda item. To address an item on the agenda, speaker form must be given to the designee before the board president or chair announces the item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each. Total time for public input on each item will be 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker. And during public comments, the board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. However, the law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. Do you want to?
Vivian E. on 8B.
Okay.
hello to Mrs. Orozco and Ms. Ramos. The rest of the board, you know how I feel. I'm here today to say something about this Antelope Valley Teachers Association. What is the issue that Antelope Valley Teachers President did not come up here to say anything about Sue Strom? The issue I have right now, Sue Strom is running, and they say that they stopped their endorsement, but we all know that that's not true, right, Grady? And right, Wynn? You all are still backing her in every way. So I wonder why the Antelope Valley Teachers Association is trying to act like they took the nomination, the endorsement away from Sue Strom. Y'all eat dinner together, everybody eat dinner and they all are together. My issue is that the fact that the Teachers Association knows that James Stockdale, who was the vice president of the Teachers Association, was sitting up doing the things that he's done, lied in court, lied in here with you all, still is around lying and saying things that you all know that he lied about, even your general attorney here and our new superintendent. You got Antelope Valley Teachers Association endorsing a person that is racist, bigotry, and everything else about it, and you don't have a problem with it, and she goes to lunch with her. I'm gonna say this again, there's gonna come a time when you really are gonna bow your knees down to who you better know who you're serving, who you know you need to be serving, and who is watching you every day. You come into this boardroom acting like you're doing something for these kids. It's sickening. It is sickening as a parent that came to you about the racism at Highland, where now we got the principal sitting on the board. But Antelope Valley Teachers Association can't even give you facts about certain things. You're saying that you are no longer endorsing Sue Strom. If that's true, backing her, have you stopped the funds? That is not going to be answered. But if Mr. Millings like to share something and put it on public record to everybody that he's not going to be funding it, trust and believe, oh, she's being funded. And if she ain't being funded by that department, she's definitely being funded by your department, with the exception of Dr. Ruffin. Because you all know, and I know you know, you're being seen in places where you're endorsing her as we speak, right? Having some nice type of pizzas and stuff, right? Everybody know what you guys are doing behind the closed scenes, so I'm just gonna keep it 100 again. It's Vivian, it's the same person that the racism from Highland, now we got the principal sitting here. This is the teachers that James Stockdale and Anthony Hunt lied in Superior Court, and you all have kept him after a teacher called our kids to go back and go out there and play like some niggas. What have you done to stop anything? You act like that was a nice word to say something to kids of all colors on that
30
board.
seconds.
So I will say this to you. If that's so true about Antelope Valley Teachers Association to stop the endorsement, follow the money trail. Let's ask Julie Drake if she could do a background on that, because the only reason why she ran the paperwork about Strom is the fact that Antelope Valley and everybody else like yourselves have been given the information about that dirty stuff that she put on her Facebook 11 years ago, and you all enjoy it. Some of you still are endorsing her, and you know that you are. So that's my time. Get it right, AV, and the district as well, especially Teachers Association.
Time.
That was all for agendas?
Yes.
item. Okay. Item L, which is public comments from the floor on non-agendized items. And you said we do have how many?
Yes, we have 4 speakers.
4, okay. Okay, so this is the section I need to read after, on item L. The public is invited to address the board on any matter not on the agenda that is within the jurisdiction of the board. To address the item not on the agenda, speaker forms must be given to the designee before the board president announces the item. Individual speakers are limited to 3 minutes each, and the total time for public input shall be limited to 20 minutes. Only one person is permitted to stand at the podium at a time. No speaker may relinquish a time allotment to another speaker during public comments. The board listens to concerns and issues. The board may ask questions for purposes of clarification. However, the law prohibits the board from entering into a dialogue with the public or taking action on any item that's not on the agenda. Do you want to call the first speaker?
First speaker, Brianna Sorrell, regarding Lancaster High School football.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Brianna Sorrell. I'm a full-time working mother of 4 and a current volunteer secretary for the Lancaster High School Football Booster Club. I am here this evening as an invite to express my concerns as a parent of a son playing for football for Lancaster High School, a volunteer and a member of this community. There have been many concerning events that have taken place within the Lancaster High School program, beginning with the head coach, Mr. Brandon Rivers, Lancaster High School administration, and a family intentionally causing harm and chaos within the program. As the incidents continue and no active response from Lancaster High School principal or vice principal of athletics, I sent an email voicing my concerns to the district and board of trustees dated October 7th. I did speak to Ms. Ramos this evening and we did have a conversation, but I still feel I need to come to speak my word today. There are no medical staff or licensed athletic trainers on hand during any of the football games, and if there are none of the players are then being treated for their injuries. Multiple players are injured and are told they need to still play regardless of their injuries. I have emails and statements from parents regarding the injuries and lack of attention from coaches regarding these injuries, that one injury could have resulted in life-altering or death. The young man needed his football helmet fixed and had informed Coach Rivers. Coach Rivers did not make sure the helmet was fixed before the game and told the player to wait until halftime. That young man was tackled by 4 players of the opposing team in the head. This young man is lucky to be alive with a faulty helmet. However, he now has a very swollen jaw and needs to be seen by an oral surgeon to determine the extent of his injuries. Another player was injured by on his hand while playing Quartz Hill, where he could not move his thumb, and it took 30 minutes for coaching staff or any member to see him. During a JV game, a player was hit hard and suffered a concussion, was taken to the sideline and not addressed by any of the coaches just to ask if you are okay. This player stood up, fell to his knees, and was sitting with a coach to then put a bag of ice on his head. The parent wasn't called to the field until 20 minutes later, and who could barely walk off the field with his mother. Coach Rivers continues to show his immaturity and readiness as a head football coach for any program due to his lack of getting required equipment fixed, water containers staying sanitized under public health standards, his tantrums thrown during the games, not able to communicate with booster members or parents of the football program, making fun of students that are academically ineligible to other coaches, players, and team managers, showing concern and not showing concern in taking action of injuries and taking measures of the safety of players and families caused by the threats of a certain parent on the JV team. This parent has threatened multiple varsity players and other JV players for speaking to her family members.
30
She
seconds.
has threatened other members of the booster club, and yet Mr. Rivers has yet to stop the complaints and has allowed this to happen. If the practice is accepted by the district administration, what are we as voters of this community and parents of this high school going to accept as exceptional? This valley has enough problems as it is. What about making it a priority to hire the right administration and experienced coaches to take care of these athletes and ensure the safety of the families? Will it take a serious injury or death or student to make this change? Ms. Ramos, did you say that you had spoken with the parent?
I did, yes.
And Mr. Mercier has spoken with her as well?
We're going to make arrangements for that conversation to take place.
Okay, thank you. The next speaker?
Eugene Hernandez regarding the Latino Advisory Board.
Party. I also have a difficulty with one of the candidates that the teachers union has endorsed for the school board, Vladimir Gomez. He has not appeared in 2 months to these meetings. When I ask him what does he stand for, all he says is tacos and papusas. When I ask him did he achieve at Wilsona School District, he said we brought resources to it. And I looked up the statistics. Wilsona School District is far behind the state standards of academic. I think he's a very poor candidate for this union to endorse. And I also have questions regarding the candidate who was exposed as being a racist. And we have other candidates, especially one who worked as a correctional officer and possibly policeman. As we know, we had the trouble with the sheriff tackling that little girl. And as your correctional officer, I doubt that you're going to have very much sympathy for people of color. This school should be teaching about the history of Chicanos in the United States. We were here before the Mayflower. Our students should know that. And they should know critical race theory. They should know that blacks were not allowed to live in Lancaster or Palmdale. They were sent to Sun Village away. They should know about the racism that has existed in the educational system. And I doubt, and I hope not, that some of these other candidates' racist views are known before they get elected. We don't need a correctional officer on this board who has brutalized prisoners in jail to be in charge of our children. We need critical race theory taught in the school, because incidents like Emmett Till, a 14-year-old kid who went from Chicago to Mississippi, who was lynched because he whistled at a white woman. That is a type of story that we should be teaching our kids. We should be teaching them that under President Polk, the United States invaded Mexico and took all the land that were here. I bet you the school board candidates don't know about that. I bet you the board doesn't know about that. We should know that there has been serious racial incidents in our history in the county, like the Sleepy Lagoon trial, like the Zoot Suit riots, like the high school district. You know, there's a movie called Walkout that all students should see in the Antelope Valley High School District, to see that in the 60s, students were punished, spanked for speaking Spanish. I doubt that the teachers union has ever undergone a course in anti-racism, but I advise them to do so. Thank you very much.
Carlene Little, regarding Emmett Till racist.
Superintendent, Dr. Ruffin, and to what we have as a board. I'm talking on the topics of racist, because for that young lady over there to go and talk with Ms. Strong, and she knows she had seen, I don't know your name. She don't even need to be the president. 10 years is too long for anybody to sit up here. Because what she's doing is going out, getting people she wants to run. And they're all prejudiced. So how are we going to move Lancaster and Palmdale forward with prejudiced people? I call you white supremacists. You ain't did nothing for my Black children here in Lancaster. Nothing. Spend a penny on them, you're going to get somebody prejudiced to say something about them. You need to stop that. You're the leader of all of this. Everything comes from the head down. And I'm really not trying to bash you, but you just prejudiced. You need to lose your seat. Give it to somebody else. What do you care about these Black kids? Can you answer that? Matter of factly, all of you too. What you care about the Black kids? I'm not angry. I'm just mad because you all are sitting back there trying to tell the world and all of these teachers that you care. You all don't give a damn. You just want your salaries. You ain't did shit. We'll sit up here and lied all day. I heard 2 lies. That's all y'all done did is lie. And you think we're supposed to buy, but people's research. We research. We don't have to take y'all's word for everything. But you keep it going. I don't care. I know you all's tactics. It's time for us to change. And you cannot change with hatred in your heart. You look older than I do. You probably is. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna come to this meeting every time you have a meeting because I'm sick of looking at this prejudice. It's time for it to be gone. You want to work together? No, you only work together with people that are prejudiced. It's time out for that. We can't grow. You can't grow.
30
seconds. You can
seconds.
grow because you're the president.
Well, point of clarification, I've spent 35 years volunteering in our schools and working with our children of all color. And I'm very proud of that. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I bet you
But
didn't do
you're 30
nothing for them. Nothing.
Well,
Do
I
you
don't
understand nothing?
I don't
Tell me one
underst-
Black kid you did something for.
Do you want to know
Tell me
about the
one black kid.
one little fourth grader boy over at Discovery Elementary School walked up to
35
me.
years and one little boy.
You want,
Stop.
you asked for one. All right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't engage in a discussion with somebody who doesn't understand. Okay, now, we have, what did you say? That's,
One
we
more.
have one more? Okay, thank you.
Vivian E., racist of Sue Strom.
When I got ready to say, start me now. When I got ready to say something about this district, about the word being called nigger by the teacher, Highland, DJ Hines, and everybody else, Stockdale and Hunt, you guys employed Hunt for a position that he had to step down after you, Grady, argued and cursed and disrespected Dr. Ruffin every which way but loose, and that former so-called racist Superintendent David Vieira, because you all fell up under his spell. But just like this lady is talking about for Lancaster High School, because I done changed up saying something about Sue Strom, it's the truth about everything. You guys don't come to us too late. You don't care about these kids, but you're making positions that somebody's making 200,000, 180,000. Dr. Ruffin doesn't get paid the way she is because she don't come in here so she won't get threatened and discriminated against the way you guys doing the tactics of what you do. She don't come to that, so you all get the money sitting up in here with these special meetings and stuff and ask for a damn raise. But when it came to her, she sits here and do the job that y'all don't know how to do because you're gonna have to ask this one here, Ferno, to answer your questions. But let me say something about your Sue Strong. Like I said, I don't know if the correctional officer would be a bad idea. I really don't know him personally, but I'm gonna tell you, if anyone is coming to really do good and his background, I kind of heard he might be okay. So if Charles Hughes or somebody should be there, maybe he should be there. But otherwise, you know what we all can do? We can also just write in a candidate. Why don't we put Miguel? Because we got Sue Strom here. Let me say, let's reject racism, bigotry, and hate. Reject Susan Strong. Did you see what she wrote? And her nephew had to check her behind. This is when I came to the district telling you that our black and brown and white students of education are not going to sit here and stand for the crap that people do. So Sue Strom's only her grandson or her nephew had to tell her. He had to let his auntie know. Sorry, Auntie Sue, calling your president a houseboy because he's black is racism. The fact that I even need to have the conversation is absurd. Calling a black man a houseboy is racist. I don't understand how you can make a case otherwise. Perhaps I'll just call the anti-Semites and that wants to refer to me as a Christ killer and kike and everything else as a realist. Because here's Sue Strom. Jason, I just don't understand what happened to you. Doug is not attacking a jerk. Douglas is attacking a jerk, her husband, not our beloved country. Two very separate things. Get it right with about 15 exclamation points telling your damn grandson or your nephew something stupid. Sorry, I broke my rule not having to talk to you on the internet, but I can only hate to talk. I can only take so much of the toxicity. He's not a racist, he's a realist. If this is what you got running for your damn district, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be some problems because you know what? There's going to be a lot of black folks and people standing up and letting you all know it's a disgrace that you would sit up on this board, and especially you, Grady, and especially you, Danita Wynn, that you all embrace that. And this ABTA, you know you do the same thing. You behind your seat sitting there looking like you are so helpful. What are you helpful for? People coming out telling you kids don't got all types of stuff, but you sitting up there and letting it be known y'all doing the job. Chris Grado ain't got them books over there, and if he did, I think I got public records. I don't know for sure, but you're dirty and you know it. Get that Sue Strom out of this district and put maybe Dr. Miguel's name in there, or let Charles Hughes go ahead and be something, because you guys are not doing a damn thing.
That concludes our public speakers for non-agendized items.
Thank you, Ms. Roscoe. Item number 7 is Educational Services Action Item. Educational Services Review Proposed Revisions to Board Policy Administrative Regulations, BP/AR 3230, BP/AR 3311, AR 33112, and BP 3312. This is a first read and open for discussion only. There's not a vote. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the proposed revisions for review. Does anybody have any questions or concerns? Hearing none, we will go on to item B, Educational Services. Review proposed revisions to Board Policy Administrative Regulations, BPAR 5131-.2, BPAR 5141.4, and BP 5145.6. This is also a first read for discussion only. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees receive the proposed revisions. And do I have any discussion, questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll go to item C, which is an educational services item review, Antelope Valley Union High School District A through G Improvement Grant Fund Plan. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees receive A through G Improvement Grant Fund Funding Plan for review. Does anybody have any questions with that one?
Yes, this is Dr. Ruffin.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I'm not really sure who can answer this question, but this is dealing with the A through G improvement grant, and this is for $5.8 million. I did put out a question to Mr. Nehan in regards to this. It is my understanding that about a third of our students in the district are currently enrolled in A through G courses. So some of the information that's shared, which is kind of different from what's actually written, Mr. Nehan shared that there's some support in regards to a communication plan, PDs for teachers, examining the current grading policies, and also examining the scheduling. This would be the master schedule. Some of my concerns with this $5.8 million in the allocation of this to improve students' involvements in A through G, this is more of a policy-centered issue, right? Which means that how is the policy going to impact the ways in which, even though we do the training, we've had so much money run through this district. I am now a believer that money is not the issue to closing this achievement gap, right? I have seen millions of dollars come through the Antelope Valley Union High School District, and we still have underperformance and underrepresentation of our students. In fact, this exact read shows that 10,000 students in our district, 10,000. Mr. Nehan, can you tell me how many students we had in the district last year?
Approximately 21,000 students. I don't have an exact number for you.
Okay, so for if just around about 21,000 students, and the numbers here in this read is 10,000 of the 21,000 students last year, that is 50% of the kids got D's and fails in the district. If that is not alarming, I don't know why we had to write a grant or get grant money to address the D's and fails. I've had at least 4 calls from parents this year, or people I done saw in Costco, or people within the community telling me that their kid played a sport, but when they were playing the sport, they were eligible with their grades to be on the team, but afterwards they're in IS. We have to do better. And I'm not really sure if professional development for the teachers, just in general, can we have something more strategic, something more planned out? I have never heard in this district, since I've been a board member, of what the exact grading policy is. What I've read is, when Dr. Vieira shared it, is every single school has a different and unique grading policy, and it's not universal. We're not even a span school district, which means we do not have students from kindergarten to 12th grade. This is a high school district. So I'm not understanding why, even in this assessment that's here, don't we spell out our plan to put in place universal grading practices? Because if 50% of the kids that are failing, this is not a student failing problem. This is an issue with the ways in which the curriculum and the learning is not being connected. So I would like Mr. Nehan to present to the board a strategic plan. I mean, you've been here 6 months. I think I asked for this when you first came on. How are you as our leader for these students going to direct this? And what is our end game when we spend this $5.8 million? Are we projecting that we'll increase the A through G courses by 2/3 of our kids being exposed to it? Because that's not in here. So I do believe that we need some more tangibles in this assessment. So when you come back, I'm hoping that who was this? This was Slater Sanchez, Dr. Slater Sanchez can really try to dig into having a more intentional use of these funds, because what I'm seeing right now, it's saying that 1.8 million is going toward advertising. There is 1 million that's slated for extra work agreements and school business agreements. There is $2 million for professional development. And every board meeting, I'm reading through how much money we're spending toward our teachers for professional developments. I don't know when they get a chance to teach. It's so many professional developments. It's alarming. And then the resources and materials was another $1 million. I don't see in here when Mr. Nehan talked about communication. When are you guys going to do a global climate assessment for parents and students to see how they can work with you in collaboration of making this a more inclusive model for A through G achievement? Because we all know that when our students are exposed to A through G, they have better opportunities to get into the local colleges, not the University of the Antelope Valley Community College, because that's where most of our kids are landing, because they have not had the A through G, so they can go to the four-year universities. But we have to be more intentional with this $5.8 million, and those are my comments.
Did you have anyone in particular you wanted to get back to you, Dr. Ruffin?
The superintendent, that's our one employee.
Okay.
That's the only person that can get back to us, right? As a board, we have one employee, that's the superintendent. He's over everybody else in this district. So however he needs to organize himself, we got a multi-million-dollar cabinet with all the people that are under him. I have the greatest confidence that we can get this done.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion from anybody else? No, hearing none. We'll move on to item number 8, which is Personnel Services Action Item. Open, conduct, and close public hearing, AB 1200. Cost disclosure and bargaining units certificated, AVTA classified, CSCA, and unrepresented. We'll open the public hearing at 6:43. Comments from the staff?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to report tonight that we have come to tentative agreements with all of our labor groups. What you have before you are the cost disclosures based upon those agreements. The AB 1200 reflects a 7% increase for the certificated staff and certificated unrepresented, a 5% increase for the classified staff and classified unrepresented, acknowledging a 2% district cost increase in the health and welfare benefits for those labor groups, and then a 3% off-schedule payment for all groups.
Thank you.
Ms. Ramos, is that Ms. Ramos?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Ms. Ramos. Question for you. Can you explain to the board, can you give some clarity around who exactly falls under the certificated unrepresented?
The certificated unrepresented group is our site and district administrators, including our school psychologist.
And those district administrators, is that also included in the cabinets, or is that the assistant principals?
It does. I'm sorry. It does go from our coordinators through our site administrators, vice principals, assistant principals, principals, directors, as well as the cabinet.
Just a point of clarification, the superintendent is not included in that pay schedule.
Okay, so as presented right now, Brian Hawkins is saying that we have enough money for ongoing of 7% increase to the coordinators, the principals, the assistants. Are the assistant soups under here too?
That is correct.
The assistant superintendents, right? So we just, wow. So this is a 7% increase for all of those people. And you said now the school psychologists are under this group.
The school psychologists are included in the certificated management salary schedule, yes.
Okay, and that's the unrepresented. And who's under the classified unrepresented?
The classified unrepresented, it also includes classified management, which would be district directors in the classified ranks, as well as our confidential employees, so secretaries to the principals and employees here at the district office that are considered confidential employees.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Do we have any comments from the public?
I don't have any speaker cards.
Okay.
So Ms. Vivian, this is a public hearing. The same rules apply of 3 minutes and it must adhere to the specific agenda item, but you may comment on it. Yeah, this is a public hearing. So yes, you don't need a speaker card for a public hearing. Just any comments during the open hearing must pertain specifically to the items listed. Correct.
No comments then from the public? Okay. Okay, then we will close the public hearing at 6:48 and move on to item B. Adoption of
Miss
agreement.
Miss Nguyen, it's on the agenda item. It says that this is a vote.
Yes, we're going to move into item B, which is the vote, which is.
No, under A, how it's written, it says A was a vote. I don't know if you did that. I'm just trying to remind you. What I'm looking at, it says it asks for the vote from the student and from the board here. It did have an open and a close, but I'm just trying to see if we're supposed to vote on 8A.
So item A is just the public hearing. And then item B is the vote, and then item.
Can Mr. Nehan or somebody there look at the actual agenda? What I'm looking at, it has on here that item 8A is for a vote as well.
Dr. Ruffin, that you are correct that it is listed as a vote. That line is there in error. The public hearing just needs to be open and closed, and then we can move on to the next item.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nguyen. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Nehan.
Oh, no problem. Item B is adoption of agreement with Antelope Valley Teachers Association, AVTA. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed item of the collective bargaining agreement reached between the district and the Antelope Valley Teachers Association. May I have a motion?
Motion.
I have a
Right,
motion
second.
by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? And this is just for AVTA.
Yes, I have some discussion.
Okay.
You know, it was very interesting to read through the AVTA collective bargaining agreement very intensely. I did put a call in to Mr. Nehan, and I was hoping to have a conversation with either him or Ms. Williams, because I did have some questions in regards to some areas that I think the board would need a presentation on in this. there's a lot of static in the back. I don't know if you guys can still hear me.
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay, but that being said, you know, I want to say that I appreciate the work that our teachers are doing. I appreciate, I've met some of the most wonderful teachers in the Antelope Valley Union High School district, and teachers across the nation who are doing work to make sure that, you know, our students are, you know, maximizing their ability to be successful. But I do want to know if there's ever an opportunity where the teachers union gets together and really talks about how they plan on, with all of these things, all of these increases, like I had said to Mr. Millens, it's not a 6% increase in the last 4 years, it's an 11.5% increase. We don't have a problem throwing money places and paying our staff, but we must get to a point where we are really trying to figure out how we're measuring up our students and their underperformance. It's not that these kids cannot learn. Most of these kids have been very successful in the elementary district, you know, all these different feeder schools. And when they get to us, we should have some accountability for 10,000 students getting Ds and fails. Okay, so I'm not sure if a part of those negotiations, those things come up. This is more about, you know, the accommodations, the work conditions, and those things that would promote, you know, our teachers and their salaries. But there has to be some discussion at some point of how we're trying to make sure the quality of education that these students are getting is really measuring up. Because when I look at the data for the Black students, and when I brought this up 4 years ago, I mean, it was like people wanted to lynch me for bringing up the issues of underperformance. It was even to an extent where the vice president, Mr. Stockdale, came to a public meeting trying to denounce the data that was there. It's not like I'm making these numbers up, right? So I'm hoping that at some point, our community can come together and under the leadership of the superintendent, because I do realize that you guys can't do anything if the leadership is not directing you to do so. And so I really have an issue with the leadership, because the leadership is allowing for these gaps to continue. But I'm looking forward to opportunities for you guys to collaborate with parents so that we can figure out a way to make sure that this gap is closing and that our kids are getting the education that they need to be successful. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Ruffin. Anybody else have any discussion?
I'd like to make a comment. I would just like to reiterate what Mr. Milling said earlier, how much that we appreciate the relationship that we've had over the last few years with our teachers union and with our classified union, and that we had a very rigorous conversation about all of this earlier. We spent quite a bit of time discussing it, and just want to let you know that we appreciate all the work that you've done and continue to do. Thank you.
And I'm gonna add my second comment. You know, it's one thing for me as a person who has never worked in this district. I've never taken a vote where my vote is going to directly impact the salaries of my families. We know that Ms. McGrady's son worked in this district for a number of years. Vieira's kids worked in the district for a number of years. A whole bunch of people, a lot of nepotism and cronyism. So when we're making these decisions, a lot of times these decisions are not being made. Of course, you've had good relationships with the union before because it's benefited you and your family directly for generations. I'm saying that as a leadership, we need to rise above that. The board in the district should not be lockstep. The board is supposed to be guiding the district, guiding the superintendent on how we make things better. This is not a kumbaya and let me serve my family and my friends and everybody else doesn't care. We should be alarmed at the fact that only 1/3% of our kids are A through G, that not even 60% of our kids are on track to go to universities. That's what I'm saying. So this is not about a friendship thing. Just like these parents have come and talked to the community, this is not about putting your friend on the board with their ideologies and you agreeing to that so that you can continue the status quo. This is about making sure that all children in this district have an opportunity to have a quality education. So I'm not against the Antelope Valley Union Teachers Association. Like I said, I believe we have amazing teachers, but we have to do the work as elected officials and our fiduciary responsibility to hold them accountable about moving the needle for these kids. Some of y'all like to really talk about how long you've been on this board for, but where's your leadership? Where have you moved the needle for the kids in the high school district? That's my concern. And that's what I'm asking. Even with approving this contract, we have to have some sustainable accountability for the ways in which we're saying, you know, our kids need to move up in their performance, in their opportunities, and their options so that they can have better future trajectories. That's my point.
Do we have any other discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. We'll take the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. And the motion passes with 5 yeses to 0 nos, with our student board member voting yes. Item C, adoption of agreement with certificated management unrepresented. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed terms of the collective bargaining agreement reached between the district and certificated management unrepresented as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, this is Dr. Ruffin again.
Okay.
My comments in this area, thank you, Ms. Ramos, for sharing the information of who actually qualifies under this area. I'm going to be super transparent. If it wasn't for the school psychologists being designated here, if it wasn't for the hard work of the directors being under this classification, if it wasn't for the assistant principals being under here, I would vote this down, because I don't believe that, you know, our cabinet, these principals, because they're the leaders at these schools, should be getting raises. They get raises every time there's a step up when they move up the ladder every year. I've been in management positions, I get it. But I'm telling you, if it was not for those other individuals under this unrepresented area, I would vote this down, because I don't believe that we're really putting our heads together. I read earlier and asked a question to Mr. Nehan about an item that's in the later in the agenda, and it was where I think they stated that Ms. Williams went to a meeting or a training regarding expulsions and suspensions, and it was for like $125. That's nothing. Well, why is Ms. Williams the only person going to that? That's something that the entire administration needs to go to. The letter that came out from the LA Inspector General said that Black kids are suspended and expelled or have exchanges with law enforcement in our district 60% of the time compared to any other student. This is an administration issue, and the referrals came from the principal. So this is not a Miss Williams issue. Miss Williams, if she gets the knowledge, all of these principals need to be informed of the ways in which they make decisions are harming these kids down the line and not putting corrective actions in place. So I'm specifically saying you guys should be grateful to the school psychologists, your coordinators, because they are really holding up my rationale for why I'm going to vote yes on this. But you guys got to do better work. And in the future, I would really say to separate out the coordinators, the APs, and let them continue to get their raises as they should, because they're working hard. But this administration team, this cabinet, nah, you guys, half the time I can't even get information when I need it, and I'm a board member. So we must do better in this district. Those are my comments.
Okay. Any other discussion from the board? Hearing none, we have a motion and a second. We'll now call for the vote. Our student board member, Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, so the item passes by a vote of 5 yeses to 0 nos, with our student board member voting yes. Item D is adoption of agreement with the California School Employee Association, CSEA. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed terms of the collective bargaining tentative agreement reached between the district and the California School Employee Association. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Do we have any discussion? And we'll call for the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, and Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
I keep breaking the pencil, darn it. Dr. Ruffin, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
And Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. And so the motion passes by a vote of 5 yeses to 0 nos, with the student board member voting yes. Adoption of agreement with classified management unrepresented. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the proposed terms of the collective bargaining agreement reached between the district and the classified management unrepresented as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 5 yeses to 0 nos, with Mr. Delgado voting yes. Item F, Antelope Valley Union High School District, ABCA, collective bargaining MOU regarding temporary athletic coaching positions. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with ABTA as presented. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay. Ms. Perrell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, and so the item passes by a vote of 5 yeses to 0 nos, with our student board member recommending a vote of yes. Item G, approve agreement for the Alliant Pathway to Teaching Grant Requirement Process. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the agreement with Alliant International University for the Alliant Pathway to Teaching Grant. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
A motion by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion? Hearing none, we will call for the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Perrell?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, and so the motion passes 5 yeses to 0 nos, with a student board member recommending a yes vote. Item H, approval of provisional internship permit. Do we have more than one or just?
Yeah, Ms. Nguyen, actually, items H, I, and J can all be voted on together with consensus of the board.
Is it all right with the board if we just take all 3 of them and vote at once?
Yes.
Please.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Okay. So item H, I, and J are all approval of provisional internship permits. May I have a motion for all 3?
Motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion, questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl? Aye. Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
Ms. McGrady,
Aye.
Mr. Rush.
Aye.
Ms. Quinn is a yes as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with the student board member recommending a yes vote. Item J, approval of provisional intern, oops, I'm sorry. Moving on to item K, approval of variable term waiver. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve and direct the Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, to submit a variable term waiver allowing this individual to teach in the subject area indicated. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl, a second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion?
Ms. Nguyen, I'm sorry. I think we're on the VTW, right?
Yes.
Okay, there you go. No questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, hearing no questions or concerns, Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady? Aye. Okay, Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Lynn is an aye as well, and so the item passes by a vote of 5 yeses to 0 nos, with student board member recommending a yes vote. Item 9, business services action items. The business services approve resolution number 2022-23-07, eligibility determination and funding for the state school facility program. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the resolution to designate Scott Fish, Director of Facility Acquisition and Development, and Trixie Flores, Director of Business Services, as authorized district representatives to complete and certify the required forms under the school facilities program. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl, is second by Ms. McGrady. Any discussion, questions, concerns? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. All right, Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Lynn is an aye as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 4 yeses, 0 nos, and 1 abstain, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Item B, business services, approve resolution number 2022-23-10, AB 841, CalShare Grant Award Resolution and approval of grant agreement. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the adoption of the California School Healthy Air Plumbing and Electric Efficiency Program, CalShape governing body resolution, and execute the CalShape grant apprenticeship in the amount of $2,861 and $2,861 and $160. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Second.
And Mr. Rush seconded it. I'm going to take that as, all right, do we have a discussion? No discussion. Okay, we will now call for the vote. Student board member, how do you vote?
Aye.
Uh-oh,
Did I lose you?
I think, hello, Dr. Ruffin?
Yeah, we can hear you. I only heard the student board member. I didn't hear Ms. Perel. Are
Yeah,
you on
that's
mute?
all. I heard the same thing, Dr. Ruffin, just the student board member.
Okay, Mr. Rush, where our ears are good.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we have a yes vote from Mr. Delgado, a yes vote from Ms. Perel, and it's up to you, Dr. Ruffin.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
And Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. And so the motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with our student board member voting yes. Item 10, Administrative Services Action Item. Item A is adopt resolution 2022-23-11, Week of the School Administrator. It's recommended that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 2022-23-11, Week of the School Administrator. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Perrell and a second by Ms. McGrady. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, I'm going to call for the vote, and then Ms. McGrady, if you wouldn't mind reading the resolution, I would appreciate it. Okay.
After the vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Ms. Perrell,
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
Ms. McGrady,
Aye.
Mr. Rush,
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well. So the motion passes. Ms. McGrady, would you mind reading the resolution?
I'm very happy to read this in honor of our administrators. Whereas leadership matters for California's public education system and the more than 6 million students that it serves, school administrators are passionate, lifelong learners who believe in the value of quality education. The title school administrator is a broad term used to define many educational leadership posts. Superintendents, assistant superintendents, principals, assistant principals, special education and adult educational leaders, curriculum and assessment leaders, school business officials, classified educational leaders, and other school district employees are considered administrators. Providing quality service for student success is paramount for this profession. Most school administrators began their career as teachers. The average administrator has served in public education for more than a decade. Most of California's superintendents have served in education for more than 20 years. Such experience is beneficial in their work to go effectively and efficiently lead public education and improve student achievement. The state of California has declared the second full week of October as the week of the school administrator in Education Code 44015.1, and the future of California's public education system depends on the quality of its leadership. So therefore, be it resolved by the Antelope Valley Union High School District that all school leaders be commended for the contributions they make to successful student achievement. Let's give them a hand.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McGrady. And that motion passed by a vote of 5 yeses to 0 nos. And our student board member recommended a yes vote. Thank you. Item 11, approve consent agenda. Approve the items listed in the following consent agenda categories: educational services, student services, personnel services, business services, and administrative services. Does anybody have, first let's get it on the floor for discussion. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Anybody have any questions, concerns?
Yes, I would like to pull a few items.
Okay,
So I'm going to pull 23-00543 LA County Sheriff's 57K. That's for a vote and discussion.
and is that under business services, Dr. Ruffin?
That is under, hold on one second.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
It would be on the PO and direct pay schedule.
That's 15, under 15F,
Okay.
and it's on the first line.
Okay, and you're pulling it to vote only, or
That's
just
discussion and vote.
discussion and vote? Okay.
My second one is 2301872. That's just for a vote.
Okay.
And then my next one, this is just for a discussion. I mean, we could have the discussion on it right now. I just needed to clarify. This is for 2301908.
Okay.
San Diego suspension and expulsion.
Okay.
That's just a discussion.
All right. Anything else?
That's it.
That's it? Anybody else have anything? I do. 15A is business services donations. So let's take the discussions first. 15A, business services donations. I always want to make sure that the people who donate to our students and our educational programs are thanked and know that they are recognized and appreciated very much. Item F, the first one, you had discussion and vote. So maybe we ought to save that for when we
Yeah,
vote.
can we just do the discussion one right now so we can vote on everything, the 230198? Just point of clarification, when I was discussing earlier, I had mentioned that was Ms. Williams who went to the San Diego suspension and expulsion training. However, looking at the information that Mr. Nian said, it was the director of student services. So that's just clarification. It was not Ms. Williams who attended that. Correct, Ms. Williams?
Yes, that's correct, Dr. Ruffin.
Okay, right. So, again, I think that this was a great use of money. I was kind of surprised to see San Diego suspensions and expulsion training. And, with the amount of money that we spend, I think right now we're about to approve over $3 million just in this area alone, that only $125 was allocated toward this training for one individual. I would love in the future, I've talked about equity and inclusion and, a diversity or a climate assessment for the district. And, that was blown under the rug. But if we're really thinking about shifting the ways in which we see and view all of our students, I think that this training should be mandatory for our principals and for our principals to go back and do that, a trainer, do a PD with their staff in regards to that information that was shared. And I would also ask that the director of student services who did go to this training that come back to the board and do a presentation for the board. Because like I said before, I'm almost, want to give, the superintendent a huge apology because he can only do what he's doing with whatever the board majority is advising him to do, right? So if the leadership is not coming from the board and the leadership from the board doesn't see anything wrong with the ways in which, we've been educating 80% of the students in this district, these minoritized Black children, 20% Hispanic children, we don't see a problem with it when 2/3 of these kids are not ending up in a better system, then we're the problem as a board, right? So I do believe that this is a great use of money and that the district should consider investing more money in this space so that we can start dealing with these issues head on and really get to the root cause of the problems so that we can shift and the kids can get the supports that they need. That's for that one, 230198.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion to vote on those other two separately?
I think we should vote on all of these because this was just a discussion. So there's already a first and a second that's pending. And if we can take that vote and then I can have the discussion on the other two. We can make a motion to do that.
That's correct, Ms. Nguyen. We can vote on all of the items with the exception of the two that
Okay.
Dr. Ruffin pulled for separate discussion and vote.
Oh, okay. Well, it's
So
my
at this point, we have a first and second. Now we just need a vote.
Okay. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
Yes.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Yes, aye.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well, and so I have a vote. The motion passes by a vote of 5-0 with our student board member recommending a yes vote. So now I need a motion then for the other two that she would like to vote on separately.
Dr.
Motion.
Ruffin, are you comfortable voting on those two items together? Or would you
Yes.
prefer to vote? So we can do both motion and
Okay.
second for both of those items. Ms. Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion.
Second.
Okay. And the first one you had for discussion as well?
Yes, discussion and a vote. So this is item 2300543. This is LA County Sheriff's Department. Thank you, Mr. Meehan, for getting back to me about my question in regards to this. I know that we just approved almost $9 million for our sheriff department. Let me be very, very clear. I've been asked this question a lot by different people within the community. I value our correctional officers. I value our police officers. I am not in the business of blatantly saying defund our sheriff's department or our police officers, because I understand the impact and how our correctional officers can be supportive when there is a grave need. However, I would be remiss if I ignored the history in the Antelope Valley. I believe it was a week or two ago, there was a report that came out of the 20 most miserable cities in the nation. On that list was Palmdale and Lancaster separately. The issues that they had with Palmdale was Palmdale is 42-minute drive to LA proper. This is a bedroom community. Most of the residents here are working what they consider to be down below. But the issue that was reported for Lancaster was racism. I didn't write this national report. You guys can go look this up. These are not my issues. So I know that systemically we have had an issue with our police officers in this district, body slamming kids and all this other kind of stuff. In 2019, 2020, we spent over $1 million adding support to our security in the district. And allegedly the sheriff's department, which is, and by the way, Palmdale Lancaster has 2 different sheriff's departments. The monies that are funded are only for Lancaster. We have missed the mark because the mentality that has been displayed by the behaviors of some of the correctional officers. This is not a generalization. Not all officers are the same. Not all officers are coming in here to harm kids. But we need to make sure that the officers and the police that are working with our students are equipped to do as such. I went on a visit at a school less than a year ago. It was Highland High School. The principal, no, it wasn't Highland High School, it was Lancaster High School. The principal shared with me that when the RSO came, the sheriff came to the district, she just gave them free reign. And that we got to have a system in place about how we decide to use. So I am a bit surprised about this $57,000, considering we have already allocated $9 million to this juncture. And so if it's $57,000 now, it's going to be another $57,000. We're just only halfway through the school year, right? What are we doing to really address these issues? There's no way we could have allocated this money to the training of the security officers. There's no way we could have given support for our security to be able to use this compensation. Is there any way we can look at a unique master schedule for the police officers, right? Because it's my understanding that they're showing up to work at the same time that they would be showing up to work if they were actually working in the department, right? So if we are not like having a unique schedule for them where it would already cover their salary. For example, if indeed we can have our security come in the morning, do the scope around the school, have our officers start later where a part of their day would include them being available for games, I'm quite sure we can save money. We don't have to keep, having a sense of overtime. And I want to know from Mr., from the superintendent, what are your thoughts about that? Or have you considered that?
So this item is for additional overtime for events outside of the school day. In order to keep deputies on campus during the school day, we would need to pay overtime. And there's no way to make more hours in the day and keep deputies on campus when students are present.
Right, you just answered my question. Am I concerned? We may not need the deputies there from 7 to 3 when we really need them there probably from noon to 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock or whatever later. We have the flexibility to make these accommodations, and we can use the security guards that we are already paying, right? We can use what are they, what is their responsibility? It's like, it seems to me that we have the flexibility to really be more accommodated and more aware of how we're using district funds. And this doesn't seem like this is a great use of district funds when especially we have a large amount of security that could also do overtime, right? So what I'm saying is, if we're paying for them in the school day, what is the contract with the city? And if they're at work, they're gonna be in the city anyway. So why are we paying for the overtime? It's not making sense to me. And I'm not saying that they're not needed. I just don't understand why we've chosen to necessitate a need for overtime when we have more flexibility with our scheduling.
Flexibility is something we can explore with the sheriff's department.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Do we have any other discussion on that particular item? I don't hear any. So, Dr. Ruffin, the other item that we're going to be voting on, you didn't want to discuss, you just want to vote. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm ready to vote.
Okay, all right. Then we'll call for the vote unless anybody has any other discussion. Hearing none. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl?
Aye.
Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
No.
Okay. Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is an aye as well, and so the motion passes by a vote of 4 yeses, 1 no, with our student board member recommending a yes vote. Okay, we are going to go down to item 17, which is, I'm sorry, item 16. Oh, no, 16 is on the consent agenda, so it is to number 17 from the board and superintendent. Mr. Delgado, would you like to go first?
Yes, thank you so much. So over the past month, a lot of schools have had their homecomings. For example, Little Rock High School had their homecoming and their theme was Tim Burton, as they were presenting earlier. Knight High School also had their homecoming and it was the Hunger Games. And Soar High School recently had theirs, which was Carnaval Estrella. I wasn't able to attend because I went to my sister's wedding, and it was an amazing event. I'm glad that we are seeing these things come back ever since COVID. But I do want to mention that COVID cases are on the rise again. It's just, I would say that dances are super spreaders. So if a student isn't feeling well, we should really advocate for them to stay home until they feel better. Over the weekend, or I guess Thursday, I tested positive for COVID. Just yesterday, I tested negative. So we just need to really push for that. If you don't feel healthy, make sure to take a COVID test and just go on from there. And then I just wanted to mention something. So yesterday, ICC met. What ICC is the Intercommunications Council, if I'm getting the acronym correct. It's students from around Antelope Valley Union High School District. They all meet and they discuss pressing issues and discussing things that are going on in their school. So yesterday we were prompted with 2 questions. So the questions were, how do I say this? So we were notified that attendance at Antelope Valley Union High School District is become an issue as students are not showing up to class. So we were tasked to find out why and how should we fix it. So here I have a couple ideas that the ICC kids came up with. Of course, these are not all the reasons. There's a million reasons, like family issues, just personal issues and whatnot. So first, one of the biggest things that was brought up was COVID. Obviously, it is extremely difficult to go to school with COVID. So that was one of the biggest issues. And another thing that was brought up was transportation, as Little Rock High School, if I believe, mentioned that their buses arrive 30 minutes late to class, and it's just a matter of getting them to school earlier. But again, that's an issue with the lack of bus drivers we have. So it's great to hear that we have 10 incoming. Next is the lack of motivation to even show up to school, because it feels like nowadays there's a lot more work that's been put on us. And the fourth reason is just simply the kids aren't showing up ditching because they think it's the cool thing to do. But again, these are not all the reasons. I want to reiterate that there are family issues that kids need to attend to, or personal issues that they just simply can't go to school. So, and how to fix it, the meeting was centered around the ideal of the individual, the student themselves, and we need to accommodate for them and what they need. And another thing that was brought up was that the consequences are either non-existent or they're too harsh. And I think that administration tries to tiptoe that line really fine, but it's just, if they're too harsh, then the student feels like, well, I'm not going to show up to class because I don't feel represented anyways. But if they're too lenient, then the kids like, why show up to class? They don't even care. We need to reiterate the purpose of school, obviously, because it's extremely important. And then the last part was teacher and student relationships. So Antelope Valley Union High School District often sends out surveys. And one of the questions on each survey is, do you feel you have a teacher that you feel comfortable being with? And I'm not sure about the results of those surveys, but I think that if for a student to come to class, they need to feel comfortable with the teacher. And I was hearing a lot of things yesterday, and I just feel like students don't feel at the best in some classes. So we need to really work on that. But again, it's not just on the teachers, it's also on the students. It's a two-way street, as some of my ASB kids were saying today. So that's all I have for today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delgado. We appreciate your report to us, especially on all of those issues. Thank you. Ms. Perrell.
I actually want to say thank you, Mr. Delgado, for actually bringing that up, because I've actually attended one of your ICC meetings, but this was a couple years ago. And I actually really appreciate what the students, when they come to collaborate together, to come up with really good events to bring inclusion, just get student involvement. But hearing students have issues within the school is actually nice to hear that, as I have 2 kids in the district. So I get kind of that feedback as well a little bit, but hearing from overall in general, it's actually really nice. So I do appreciate what you're saying. So I did go to Troy High School. It was for AV High School's JROTC. And all the kids, it was their very first time actually going to that event, a majority of them. So they actually won second for the football, and they still were a contender for the tug of war. They won 3rd place. And so if everyone's not familiar with this, there's about over 8 events that these kids do. They all participate. Not every one of them are in this event, but a lot of them are doing it. So at the very end of the tug of war is when they come together, and a lot of them are really tired because it's all day. So they don't start doing the tug of war until 3 o'clock. And they're there by 7. So everything starts. So at the very end, they did extremely well. They really pulled together. So I really always commend Lieutenant Womack and Sergeant Major Ward. They're really great instructors for those students. And also I was there the following day for like 5 hours. So I got to go to some of the classes, listen to the students, and it's actually really nice. It's like I've always said, it's a little gem within our district. I've always appreciated AV High School. I appreciate all the high schools, but that one I've always given a lot of attention, especially with our ROTC, because I know all of our instructors are amazing, even Major Hernandez over at Knight High School, who came from Highland. Everyone throughout the district, within our 5 comprehensive sites that have the ROTC program, they're just amazing people. You're able to build those relationships. And I did go to, it was funny, I actually went to AV High School's football game. I normally don't go outside of Knight High School, but it was actually nice to see the students there and whatnot. And then I guess I want to say, I do appreciate all the comments when it comes from public, because when you raise your concerns of the issues that you have, it allows me to know how you feel. And I've always said that
I always encourage people to come and speak here at every board meeting. And I used to have people come here all the time, and some of them weren't listened to. So I do want to say that in light of everything that's coming forward, it's disheartening of what's going on in the community with the campaign. So, but I just hope that at the very end, how everything comes out, it will be positive, I would hope. Next month's my last time I'm here, so I'll just be a regular parent. So I want to thank all the administrators that have been working really hard with the students, also all our counselors as well. You've been putting extra time, and also everyone within the district. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Dr. Rush?
Yes, thank you so much.
Dr. Ruffin, I'm so sorry, Dr.
No,
Ruffin.
that's okay. Thank you. I really appreciate your comments, Mr. Delgado. Well received, well said. It's commentary of a student board member that has been very much needed on our board, and the first time I've heard it in 4 years, in relationship to opinions of our students and really hearing from them about key issues that are going on in our district. Attendance is a grave issue, right? Average daily attendance is how our district receives the funding to be able to do the things that they're doing, to be able to give these pay increases to teachers and staff and all those other things, right? I think it's important that you guys are really paying attention to the reasons why students are not coming to school. When you have 10,000 students who are getting D's and fails, and then you have almost 600, which was reported at the last board meeting, of students that we've lost in this district, right? That's a telltale sign that people are reacting to what's going on. When I was in high school, I got perfect attendance in high school for 3 years because we didn't have ninth grade. It was 10th, 11th, and 12th. There was nothing. It could be a storm or tornado that would not, a reason why I would miss school. That's how tight my relationships were with not only my teachers, but the staff, the principal. I mean, it was just a community. It was a village. You felt like you were included. And whether or not you guys had this discussion, the data is speaking for itself. When reports are coming out from LA Times, ProPublica, NPR, the LA Inspector General's office, they're looking at our district, and it is our responsibility as a community to rise up. But I also know that it's the responsibility of us as board members. I can't tell you how many conversations I've been in and with people on all levels, all ethnic groups, and what they get from this dish from the administration, not our cabinet, from the board leadership. The board leadership. You know, people who sit on this board and talk about being here for 10 years and all this time and all these experiences, but where have you shifted in the policies? And where's these policies really reached back and really supported these students in their growth? I had a conversation with 2 Black males, and we have a young man, Johan, who went here. He was a star basketball player in this district. I think he graduated 2020. I'm only bringing him up because this young man was on the news the other day for murdering several people in Long Beach. He was our kid. He was our student. He was an athlete. He was a star athlete. This was a Black boy who had a huge future ahead of him, but he's in jail now. He was homeless. Somewhere along the way, the system did not benefit him. He did not go to a 4-year college. He had the skills. He didn't reach there. So this is the reason why I ran for this board, to not only save that kid, but all kids on this board. And what we're seeing with the commentary of the people who are running for this board, this is what I want the community to pay attention to. Pay attention to who's making decisions for whom and why. Look at each one of these board members on this board and ask yourself, why are they here making decisions, and who are they making decisions to benefit? If not all the time they're talking about the wellness and the benefit of these kids, they're not in the right business. And if you can be anti-Semitic, anti-Black, anti-Muslim, anti-Brown, and you're proud of it. I read 2 articles. This candidate did not denounce what she said. She said, I said it 11 years ago, and I'm still running for this board. And not only that, you got a previous board president on this board right now who's in pictures at a event for her last year supporting her. You had AVTA that was supporting her. They didn't vet her. Not only that, you got Juan Blanco and Vladimir. They got in pictures with her too, and anybody else in pictures with this woman. You're saying that that's what you support. Exactly right. So what I'm saying is, as a board member, look at who is making decisions for whom and why. Look at who is really the root cause of the problem of why we're not progressing as a district. The Antelope Valley is a microcosm. We are not LA Unified. We're not the second largest school district in the world. We have more $3 million budget. This is not a money problem. This is a human problem in this district. And if we don't step up and be the change that we want to see, and we let all this political mess keep impacting our students' trajectories, we're going to keep getting what we've been getting. I am prayerful that this community will wake up. I'm excited about the opportunities that our teachers, the teachers who care, the teachers who driving from down below, the teachers who don't mind staying after to have IEP meetings and to be coaches, those teachers who really care. This is not a generalization. We see the teachers out there, but I also know from many people in this district who are afraid to speak out that if they're not a part of the status quo, then they're being treated a certain way. We have to do an equity, climate, culture assessment in this district. Look at that data and really be able to have these courageous conversations so that we can move forward. Because if we don't, we're going to lose more students. It's going to be worse than an attendance issue. These raises that we gave, we might end up doing a reduction in force within the next 3 to 4 years. And maybe that might be what it takes. When the civil rights bus boycott happened, it happened because the Black people in that community were tired of paying their fare to get on the bus and being told, you got to sit in the back or you got to get up and let your white counterpart take your seat. But you paying taxes. And what did they do? They boycotted the system for over a year. That's when change happened. I would hate for 80% of this minoritized community, the Black and Browns, to boycott this school district. You're not going to see no raises. A lot of people not going to have no jobs because you're not going to have the students here to impact. So what I'm saying to this board and to this community is hold this board accountable. Hold us accountable. That's what we're supposed to get on this board for, not to be supporting our sons, our daughters, our cousins, our friends, making decisions for them or one specific school where they're getting more of the resources and it's not an equitable distribution. Hold us accountable. I hope that people stay safe. Keep your mask on, just like Mr. Delgado said. There's a rise in the COVID, and we want everybody to be safe. I hope that people enjoy and have a safe Halloween, and I'm excited about the next board meeting. Those are my comments.
Okay, Ms. McGrady.
Mr. Delgado, I would like to thank you for your comments. It's been a pleasure having you on the board. You're a real asset to us. Thank you. That's all I have.
That's all you have? Okay. Mr. Rush?
Yeah. First of all, I'd like to thank Little Rock students in their presentation. I was particularly impressed with their community service and their community involvement for the blood drive and for the cancer awareness campaign. I think it's great that they're getting involved and in service to others. It's such a young age while they're in high school, and I think that's great. I'd like to congratulate Janet Andrews and Karen Coffey on their awards and their recognition, and we'll see you in November.
Okay, Mr. Nehan.
I have no comments this evening.
Okay, that's me then. It's come to my attention that some people think that I've endorsed candidates who are running for office for the Antelope Valley Union High School District Board. I'd like to make it clear that I do not like to endorse candidates who are running for the board if I'm a current board member. I'll be working with whoever wins the election, and I don't want to ever start off on a bad foot because I've recommended somebody else. So I refrain from endorsing. I was able to go to the fair. Well, actually, I was there every day. And every night at 8:30, Mr. Hickson's performing arts students did just an amazing job on stage. It starts off with their drum line, which always brings tears to my eyes. They're just so good. And people need to understand the majority of these students have not had prior music instruction. And then they had their dance team, which performed, oh my, several different dances. At one point, they asked for people to come and dance with them. And lo and behold, one of the dancing participants was their principal, Mr. Stanford. In the dark, you could barely see him, but I did see him. Then I thought that was just absolutely wonderful that you got up and danced with the students. I also attended the air show. My husband and I volunteered, worked with high school robotics teams in the valley that are from this Antelope Valley. And that was just an amazing experience to watch these kids work those robots that they have themselves have built. And we also had a booth from the Antelope Valley Union High School District there as well. And I was able to talk to many, many people at the air show, and I have hopefully about 6 different opportunities for our students that I'd like to discuss with Mr. Nehan and possibly Dr. McKinstry as well. I'm hoping that these all work out because I think it'll be great opportunities for our kids. And I just wanted to share real quickly, I was able to got a chance to talk with 2 students who graduated in June. And these students have gone on to college. They're both engineering students. And one young lady is going to Embry-Riddle. And she said that she thanked, and I wrote it down. She said they started off in Engineering 101 with Lego robotics. And she said, Miss Wynn, I did Lego robotics in middle school in the Antelope Valley. I did engineering and first robotics at Lancaster High School. None of my classmates in that college engineering class have done robotics. And that alone gave her encouragement to work with them and help them. The opportunities were not offered at their high schools around the country. She wanted to say special thank you to Mr. Frias, Mr. Palazzo, Ms., I'm going to massacre the names and I don't mean to, Mr. help me, Mr. Nehan, Ariola?
I'm
Is
sorry,
that
could you
correct? Ms.
repeat it?
Ariola and Ms. Gorton.
Girton, yeah.
Gorton, thank
Yes.
you. And she felt that those teachers in particular helped her with her Engineering 101 and Engineering 201. She said that they work with 3D design software, and she had done that at Lancaster High School as well. The other young lady wanted to thank her teachers. This other young lady is going to Pepperdine. She also attended Lancaster High School, and she wants to thank Mr. Bailey at Lancaster High School, who prepared her as well as many high school students for calculus AP. And she felt that that preparation made calculus easier for her in college. So just 2 students that I had talking to and happy to hear that they're succeeding. So I'm glad to hear that we have two of many that are doing well. Okay, we have one more thing I need to read out from closed session.
Is Miss Wynn, is the superintendent have any comments?
I did not have any comments this evening, Dr. Ruffin.
Okay, so I had a question for you, Mr. Nehan, if you would, just is there a reason why the district hasn't come out and made a statement about the issue that's being reported in LA Times in regards to the candidate? Is this something that the district is endorsing, or what is the stance on that?
There is no endorsement. The political activity is outside of the district. However, we will be giving a statement to Channel 7 after this meeting just regarding the district and working with board members.
Okay, great. I appreciate that, because it's my understanding that we're currently employing her in her retirement, or she's volunteering at Lancaster High School. I believe she mentioned this in her interview with Cafe Con Leche. And if we are doing that, then it seems like we're supporting and endorsing her because, as you know, she worked for our district, but she also made a comment about our special education kids, calling them the R word. And so I would love for us to take a stance on that and also verify whether or not she's volunteering or if she's actually getting paid, because it does appear that we are supporting her.
To my knowledge, she's not currently employed by the district, but we will verify.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I need to read out what took place in closed session. Board member present, Ms. Perrell, Ms. McGrady, and Mr. Rush and Ms. Wynn. Let's see. Item 18D, during closed session, the board considered a request to waive healthful living for Antelope Valley Union High School District student. On a motion made by Jill McGrady and second by John Rush, a vote was taken 4-0 to accept and approve the request. Item 18E, we need to vote on out here. May I have a motion to approve the administrative hearing panel recommendations for student expulsions and to order as presented the expulsions of 7 students?
Motion. Second.
Motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. The student does not vote on this. Any discussion, questions, concerns?
This is about the suspension and expulsions, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Pearl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin?
That's a no.
No? Okay. Ms. McGrady?
Aye.
Mr. Rush?
Aye.
Ms. Wynn is a yes as well, and so the item passes by a vote of 4 yeses to 1 no. Item 18F, during closed session, the board considered compromise and release agreement STS-23-067 OAH case number 2022070515. A motion by Jill McGrady and a second by Ms. Perrell. A vote was taken, and by a vote of 4 yeses to 0 nos, the board took action to approve the compromise and release agreement. Item 18G, during closed session, the board considered final settlement and release agreement STS-23-068 OAH case number 2022060413. A motion by Ms. Perrell and second by Ms. McGrady. And by a vote of 4 yeses to 0 nos, the board took action to approve the final settlement and release agreement. And that concludes our actions in closed session. We move on to closing the meeting. May I have a motion?
Motion. Second.
I have A motion by Ms. Pearl and a second by Ms. McGrady. Mr. Delgado, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Pearl,
Aye.
Dr. Ruffin,
Yes.
Ms. McGrady,
Aye.
Mr. Rush,
Aye.
Ms. Nguyen is a yes as well, and we are finished with this meeting. Thank you, everyone, for attending the meeting tonight. Great.
Come see you. Thank you for coming.
Howdy, ma'am.
Hello. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There's always got to be somebody in the wings.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I.